Great Pyramid of Giza was made with copper chisels. Yeah, but okay. If you're trying to mine really hard materials, then it's going to be really hard to do that with things that are with a material that is softer than what you're trying to mine. No speed. Why did I call it no speed? I don't remember. Yeah, sandstone's pretty soft. Okay, so I think this is... Oh, that's right. I forgot. We remembered our face and it's awful. Can I clean up? Words fail to describe how rank it smells in here. They should have sent a poet. Alright. Hold on. Do I have any... I guess I might be able to have less of a crazy expression if I can do something about my electrochemistry. Anything else to improve my electrochemistry? I'm not wearing these pants, so that's good. So I have +2 electrochemistry. It's probably not even close to enough. Oh my gosh, we were so close. We just needed... Oh, that makes me sad. Face isn't awful. Looks like Nick Offerman could pull it off in the movie version. Yeah, it's just the expression. Like, this face is fine. This face gives me the creeps. It's too late. Like an image on film, the expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it. All right, then. I tried. Maybe he's already awake. It was your non-speed run. I don't think that's what it was. Why did I put no speed? I don't remember. Yes, the check's locked until I spend an upgrade point on the trait. That is correct. But I had to try. Good morning.
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. He points to the mess hall doors. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. What do you mean rowdy? I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the Arxiam being here. They prefer to be policed by the union, these men here. I don't think that's what that was, Dezo. Men who drink beer for breakfast. There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for said policing. I think it's them. And these are the men Gart told us about yesterday. I completely forgot. He looks at his notes. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. Oh, we got XP and we leveled up. Yeah. He crosses something out. One loose thread less to worry about and one big problem to replace it. There's so many of them. Maybe we should call in reinforcements? That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war, so let's keep a cool head, okay? What do we need to talk? Why do we need to talk to them? Everything points to the Dock Workers Union, the belt being used for the hanging him. Tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong, but still we need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. Alright, let's roll. One more thing before we do. He glances at the booth again. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business. What? Aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder? Love the idea that sometimes you'll end a conversation, strip and change in front of someone, and then talk to them again while rolling dice in an attempt to best your own mind in an almost arbitrary conversational game. Yes. They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, Mum.
The cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine. I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
She turns back to you with a weary smile. Good day, ma'am. Everything all right?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Wait, what's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
She frowns. Why did you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who is house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and Gary were supposed to be back on Monday night, but they're still missing and I haven't heard from them.
Gulan, do you mean ready Thinku or do you mean reedy Thinku?
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
She looks down. A little missing persons puzzle might be just the thing to take your mind off the hangover. Hangover? I didn't drink anything last night, even though I was tempted by my, body? My, I don't remember. Electrochemistry? Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
She glances out the window toward the bay. More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting. So your husband's some kind of scientist? Yes, this is my first playthrough, so please no spoilers. Actually, I should probably change that in my stream info. So thanks for bringing it up. My post 10 p.m. brain shutdown is happening. Don't worry, I have brain enough for both of us. So your husband is some kind of scientist? Oh yes, she says with a pinch of pride. A zoologist, a cryptozoologist to be more precise. What is a cryptozoologist? Is a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends. The lieutenant sounds unimpressed. That's one opinion, yes, and people are entitled to their opinions. My apologies, Mum. I did not mean to undermine your hobby. It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. I like Kim a lot. You'll be careful, especially as you only played it recently. Fair. I played it for the first time last week. We did like 9.5 hours last Tuesday. And we're on day 2 now. Searching for such species, called cryptids, is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research. Yes, I did. We had to go 9 hours because that's how long it takes from my start of the stream until midnight, and I wanted to go at least until midnight so we could actually disco in the new year. But we're so close to the end that I just wanted to like wrap a couple things up, and it ended up taking a half hour. But then we finished the day, so that was good. The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite. Yeah, he is super well written. I like him a lot. She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own. I don't care about that. What's this expedition your husband was on? Just some fieldwork, sweetie. Morrill is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them? Oh, because the waterlock's broken. The water lock on the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over there. Oh my! What happened to the water lock? You may not believe it, but it looks like some maniac crashed his motor carriage into it. Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. She turns to Kim. Thank you both. You're welcome, ma'am. She turns back to you. I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with an extremely rare insect. Yes! Some left field scientific research is exactly what you read right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation. And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up with his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. If I see him, I'll let him know you're here, when or if I get there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. No, I'm good. That's all for now. Okay. So we have 2 skill points. What do I want to put them in? I'm not even sure. I think I might wait and see what we need to use points for later.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
She smiles coldly. First playthrough took me 24 hours, then immediately started again. I can imagine that. My first playthrough, when I say playthrough, took me like 5 minutes when I died of a heart attack at the very beginning. Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice. I just wanted to know more about the place before I check it out. That's normal.
Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
She crosses her arms.
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy. You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
She points to the man on her right. No, I turned off the fan. I clearly knew to turn off the fan. And then I still died of a heart attack. Because I failed to get my tie off the fan. And then I died.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The district of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her. What's your role in all this? Like I already told you, I am a legal counselor. She crosses her arms. Do you have hearing problems? What if I want to talk to you, not Titus? What you want is of no significance, officer. Do not test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. You got bludgeoned by the ceiling fan blades because you misinterpreted pull off the fan as pull it off the ceiling. Oh no. What are you going to do to me? The lieutenant is not satisfied with the approach. What are we going to do to you? She starts laughing, a cold laughter devoid of joy. The union isn't going to do anything to you. It's not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization. A gruff humph from a table. Goddamn right it is. If anything, it is the Elysium who do things to people. She shakes her head. But we digress. We should talk to Titus then. But I'm not going to. Not yet. What is that? Oh, it's a spittoon. It's all about money, you know. Anything else down here? Oh, there's this guy. I want to ask what's up with his phone.
Can I help you?
I was halfway through the day before I realized I wasn't wearing shoes. We can't ask him about it. About my bill for tonight. We can pay it. Hold on. We're going to wait. Because we might find a place to stay for free. They said that that was an option. We have money for it. We just have to make sure we don't spend it. I still haven't found my badge either. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Oh well. The white suede. I ran my fingers over the steering levers. The white suede feels luxurious under your touch, and the metal clutch handle so familiar in your palm. Alright. So I'm gonna leave because I need to find a place to put the body, and I remember... I don't want to sit there. I remember we need to go to the bookstore for that. Also, who are you? Shit ain't nothing to me. Alright, what is this? Mail collection box. This post-L'Aventurier mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffiti. A close inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front. Oh. A faint sticker on the side reads RCM Emergencies Desk number 8-100-2 with the slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. Good mail delivery box. Pat the box. Box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the Kun, and Saint G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore and Bay's set mailbox also. Been there, post-L'Aventurier mail collection box. Been there. It healed my morale, which didn't need done. Damn it. The mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankful even. So do you. You shudder, then you swallow. Oh, who are you? You see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seems to be browsing books. A good one?
Yes,
Point to
hello?
the book. She nods, her attention fully focused on reading. Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She looks up briefly. Good mailbox, yeah. Took me so long to find my badge, and I never found my gun. You just resigned myself to thinking it couldn't be done. Really? She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working? No. Have a good day.
This was a tremendously useful interlude.
Sorry. Shut up, Kim. Don't be a jerk. I'm gonna think walking/hiking group. You should probably get up. Yeah, probably. Okay, what do I need for breaking into that? %28 pain threshold. Okay. Do I have anything that bolsters my pain threshold? I don't want to use that. I don't think I have anything to improve my pain threshold. Anything that makes it worse, though. I can interact with this, I guess. There it is again, the scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer, the surface of another planet or some ancient temple. End of summer. The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metal seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There's movement next to you, a shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. When you turn towards it, there's nothing there. Where did it go? Or are you talking to a chewing gum wrapper? Good question. Alright. So I could bolster my pain threshold, but I should wait. until I fail this, which is probably going to happen. Let's save it first. All right. Come on. Ow, my bod. Ooh, I succeeded though. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side, but you've done it. Uh-oh. The lieutenant stares at you as you stand there silent and brooding. You're not thinking of trying again, are you? I literally don't have a choice. Smash into the door again. Wordless. I hope I don't die. Dang, that's loud.
What is this place?
The lieutenant stares at the dusty training equipment. Looks like a gym to me. Yes, but no one's been here in ages. He draws a stripe on the dusty floor with his foot. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on. Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling through the window. Or falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest. What if there's a reason why no one's been in here for ages? Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for the supernatural explanations. What a banal one will do. Now, let's move on, shall we? Alright then. I guess we'll go with that. I think the sound effects like the crane and the dock, the door, they don't have you don't have a volume slider in the menu. Yeah. Yeah, it's been super loud. Gonna lurk and do my nightly YouTube rounds. Okay, we'll see you later, Dezo. Sand is dripping from the punching bag. It smells like leather and sweat. Got shot put ball. Okay. Oh, I can sell it. Cool. Yeah, just steal and sell from everybody. The poster says Sidious, Fortis, and the rest is worn off. A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. The game taught you Occident, which is the opposite of being the Orient. Yeah! Oriental and Occidental. Yeah, I'm familiar with the term. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar? Legendary? No. Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter? No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle, then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory. Hey, Jim, thanks for hosting. Look, Kim, it's a trap. There's no collars on the barbell. You're right. The weights may fall off. Better not touch them. What kind of bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a felony. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating. But it isn't. No one's supposed to come in here anymore. I'm not picking them up. Worn out wall bars, they look unsafe. Always blocked by old window panes and debris. How's it going, Jim? A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Airship rotors covered in spiderwebs, they remind you of blades. How goes the Disco detectiving? We've only just started. We finished the Taylor's Principle. And so I just started. So we've only been playing this for like, I don't know, 20 minutes? 15, 20 minutes? A naked mannequin torso. A strange yellow color. Why is it auto-saving? Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth-bitten. Oh. Project Dread board. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. My first playthrough, I had to save come super early on because I got stuck with Everard with one morale and one morale heal. Oof. Had a lot of fun with friends on a server. You help run and now you're chilling and watching while making foods. Nice. Oh, right. I forgot we have a heal. Well. Anyway. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees groaning under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into the glaciers by boreal dweorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine. A much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from the sun, drifting through the universe." This monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN Station 41. Oh, RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. Keep reading. What happened? You can play the whole game naked? Yes, you can. You can never put on any clothes, but clothes help you. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region. The lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of nothingness and concludes, "Looks like they didn't make it." A note at the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out Autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind. You should adopt one of those Welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a Welkin. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however. Examine the Welkin. This is important. It's Varhamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says all non-Welkin races will be purged. Oh gosh, so it clearly is. I thought it was a joke, but nope, it is. The Holder, the Dweorg, the humans, and even the Headless Men, all of them purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all. Lieutenant can't help but comment, an inordinate amount of time has been gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. One of them is a Welkin supremacist. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too. Kim nods at the Welkin's facial hair. Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Why would anyone spend so much time on this? Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game. Well, this has been educational. Let's move on from the Welkins. Just look at these details. So much effort. And for what? All gone. Oh my gosh. Did she think that this was haunted by demons because, like, people who played quote-unquote Dungeons and Dragons were in here? I wonder. The handwriting is only partially legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans. Call in, tune out, we're all untethered, and heat death of the universe. The full text reads, heat death of the universe is the new black. Another note says, the biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s. Yeah. Mainframe? This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer. A radio computer, says the lieutenant, watching you circle around the machine. Just sitting here without anyone in sight. You sound surprised and a bit cautious. Artist doesn't understand what you mean. But we're looking for a fridge and we're pressed for time, so... On the other hand, it's not that I'm not interested in the abandoned radio computers. Turn on the machine. The machine... Oh gosh, these sounds! The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal, stirring in its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. Inside the compartment, it's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left tangling, disconnected. This is where the memory should go, the lieutenant notes, observing the machine. I don't think we can do anything without the memory. We'll come back to this. Ooh. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kedron mosaic tiles, very pesantic? Hold on, how do I know what Kedron mosaic tiles are supposed to look like? History class, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun. What am I looking at? Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKVE 123.9. Some written notes too, sparse and cryptic. Radio frequencies for what? Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. I mean, that's not what... It looks like electronics. So we're dealing with something medical here? You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart titled the Game Master. Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station at once? Wait, who is the Game Master? Someone very important. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency. If it's a game, then who's playing? Whoever decides to call into a call-in station, it looks like. Interesting. A list of names under the station suggests people across 6 isolas who would be playing. Mundi, Insulinde, Katla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara. All of this gone. Left unrealized. It was gonna be a little radio game! Oh, that's so cool! That's so clever. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off. My god. The lieutenant leans closer, his finger tracking the maddening rhizome. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious the project became. Why do you say that? The schedule. He nods down at the calendar on the chalkboard, wiping his marker-stained fingers clean. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding. What else? Squinted the lines. Nothing. It's just lines on marble, an echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. Okay.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Undercover and counterintelligence program? No. It's just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making? Yes, that is the question. The lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his hands. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people are trying to automate it. Make it work on radio computers. Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment. How are they planning to do that? So call-in stations. He nods at the fireplace. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts. His fascination has swept aside his other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked. Has anyone done this before? Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Clad, Messina, Königstein, you know, places with industry. Not in Revachol, west among ruins. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. And this was a role-playing game. Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway, he points to the chalkboard. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the rare board game, with heat death thrown in. Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished. What do you think happened to the company? No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Wow. Indeed, he's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... The lieutenant tilts his head, thinking. The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it? Half smile. I'm mostly just saying that because I knew Kim would like it. A half smile breaks out onto his face. It's too late for that, I'm afraid, he says, looking around in the derelict room. The pipes howl and the rats cross the floor. Okay, he concludes. Let's keep moving. Hey, we got XP. I'm okay with that. Right. Oh, I think we found a freezer. Ice bear fridge! You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy? Crack open the door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. Trivia! Fortress Accident is referring to Fortress Occident, the previous name of the studio that made Disco Elysium before they rebranded to ZA. Okay. Also, you know how to push Kim's buttons? I guess, a little bit. Hey, Jamit, welcome back. How's it going? The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. Look inside the refrigerator. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with brand name Revichalet City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. Take the note from the door. Have a good night, HD. Yeah, I'm glad that they censored it. It would have been nicer, I think, if they had made a different in-world slur that they didn't have to censor, but all of the slurs, just in general, is really uncomfortable. Take the note from the door. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnet, keeping it on the door. Examine one of the ice cream wrappers in there. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. Looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate. Ooh, now I want an ice cream bar. Well, this is clearly the fridge. It looks big enough for 2 corpses. It certainly is an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cool enough too. The optics on this are awful, he thinks. We need to be silent as we can. Your visual confirms you can fit 2 more bodies in the ice bear fridge. Shall we go and get the bodies in? I'll take the head and you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage. Alright, let's do this. Clap your hands. Oh! God damn, why are you so loud? Sorry. Ugh. That's... I've turned everything down, and you just can't turn down those sound effects, and that's very annoying. The body is heavier than you expect, and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement, and then 10 minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork. Beautiful, he says, wiping his hands on his handkerchief. A dead body in an ice bear fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done. You have created an ice bear sarcophagus. Behold, we have created an ice bear sarcophagus. He nods gravely. Talk of the ice bear sarcophagus must not leave this room. We did our best with the means at our disposal. Did we, though? He sighs. Okay, maybe we did. At least we stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct an earthly inspection under controlled circumstances. giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place? Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. It was very noisy, wasn't it? Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. The lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers. He studies it in the light. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper-carnivore. I know, says the lieutenant. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What's even worse is the bear is still costing them money to this day. The lieutenant points to the red snaky cable running from the fridge. The electricity bill must be catastrophic. On the other hand, it did help us with a certain corp situation. Alright, we're gonna close the door for now. Because we could bump up our perception. Especially because we're about to level up. I feel like I want to bump up. Oh, can I not? Oh, because we're capped. Oh, wait, no, I think I do this. There we go. Yeah, we could do that. Well, hold on. We're gonna revert. The level up. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, we shouldn't level it up yet. That's dumb. Okay, hold on. We're gonna save it. We should wait. Because if we fail, we can put a point in perception. And then if we fail, we can put another point in. Do I have anything that boosts my perception? Let's double check my stuff. I feel like I probably don't. Nope. Okay. Let's do this. You touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold, light blue, and silvery in the light of the fridge. You still have no idea where to begin, or what to even do with him. The lieutenant rubs his side for warmth. It'll come to you sooner or later. At least he stays here until then. Yeah! Your arm reaches out and your eyes close as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh. First with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand. What is this? His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent. Crawl up his nostrils. They are swollen shut, but you need to really push to get in. Let's touch something else. Put your fingers in his mouth. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. Play with it. It feels right. Now open your eyes and look. Let's look first. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat. And there in the back of the mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It's swollen shut, almost vanished, no larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius. The edges appear darkened. An abrasion collar. This is what we're after. Say, abrasion collar. Abrasion collar. Kim looks in. There's a pen in his hand. His notebook is open at the copy paper. Touch it with your finger gently. A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Put your finger in. Your index finger fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage, wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push in, You reach through his mouth right into his brain stem. Feel around first. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again. Never wake, obviously. Push deeper. We'll see you later, Jem. Enjoy the food. Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged, too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper. Push deeper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching towards the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further. But the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. Wriggle in. Your fingers reach toward the skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly, cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper, until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Sharp, serrated material. The edges... It says it's easy, but it can't be retried. The edges cut right into your skin. I feel a solid object right under the skull. Can you get to it? He searches his pockets for something. Inspect the skull first. There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it from the inside. The object that is in there stopped just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium. Where's the hangman? He's in the fridge. It says it's easy. Ooh, 72. Why is he in the fridge? Because we put him in the fridge. I decided... So, okay, here's what happened last time. We got the body off the tree. We did the full inspection. I told Kim that I thought we were still missing something, and so we delayed bagging up the body, and we questioned the kids. We learned about the fridge down here, and we have put the body in the fridge, so now we can... So now I could keep, like, retrying, searching the body for this thing. You just ship the body off. Don't do that. You don't have to do that. You can shove it in the fridge. All right, we're going to give this a try. I'm just worried, but I have saved it before all of this. Come on. Yes, 6s! You got this encounter straight away, so you never had to put the body in the fridge. Yeah, this is only if you fail. Looking it over carefully one more time, which I did. So I had to put the body in the fridge. You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just whisper, "I got it." Good, good. The fridge in the background buzzes with excitement. We questioned the kids and we learned something. The first time this phrase has ever been uttered by someone playing Disco Elysium. I know, those kids are the worst. Slowly pull your fingers out. The inside of the head feels cold and smooth like a glove as you pull out, sweat dripping down your brow, careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. The plop, your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead. A bullet. The lieutenant puts a small bag marked evidence underneath it. Drop it in. The bullet falls into the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says, "Unknown caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy fractured on impact. Can I have it? Keep it as a gift? Keep it, Lieutenant, as a gift. No. You deserve it. We can look it later. The lieutenant drops the bag in your bloody hand. It feels light. Hate the way Kuno speaks, but you like the character. I mean, I hate those kids. We'll see you later, Quack. Have a good time hiking, and thanks for hanging out. He turns to his notebook. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar, soft palate, back of the mouth. Oof, that is also loud. God damn. High velocity, temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. He underlines the injury forcefully. How does that sound? Sounds about right. Opinion, fatal injury. Agreed. Click, click goes the pen. And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark, new opinion, non-fatal, post-mortem, treatment. He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death and the hanging an attempt to conceal the fact. The ligament mark, the fractured hyoid bone, it was all treatment. Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead. Agreed. He nods. I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation. Yeah! There have been other signs too. Small details, everything is too neatly designed for us to assign probable cause here. As we did, full-heartedly. Well, no more. We almost fell for it, he thinks. Almost. There is, of course, the very real possibility that he was both shot and hanged. Maybe the bullet holds more answers. Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I'm certain it has more to tell us. This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it. I think I need to wash myself. Oh, he nods. You really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room is a whirling and rag should come with the bathroom. Make sure to make use of it this evening. Oh, but my sink is broken. Ugh. Twitch won't turn off? What? Hi. Maybe they shot him while they hanged him? To put him out of his misery? He thinks. It's possible, but it does not explain all the other dubious things here. The lack of struggle primarily. I may be intellectually sloppy, but I prefer one theory at a time. And this just smacks of treatment to me. Who would do this? That is for us to find out. But this! It will make finding them just a little easier. And why would anyone do this? To hide something. The real killer? The real motivation? What really happened here? So, what happens next? We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen in my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. You'll be gone, so what should I do in the meanwhile? Work on the case, tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in the neighborhood like this. I'll leave the choice to you. And one more thing. He looks you in the eye. Great work, detective. After you bag the corpse, Kim will leave the party until tomorrow morning. We'll bag him later. Hey, Leech, how's it going? We're doing a lot of French accents because we're in Martinaise and it's a little bit French around here. An ice cream maker, defrosted and unplugged. You came in at the right time, I guess so. The wall collapsed and it's inaccessible now. Central furnace. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it in pitch black. We just dug our hand around the skull of a dead man. feeling around in his brains until we pulled a bullet out. So that's how we've been. No, but I'm good. We just finished the Talos Principle a couple hours ago. About an hour ago, we finished it. We were doing the DLC for it. And I was like, let's play more Disco Elysium. I like this game a lot. Standard uneventful Tuesday then. Yeah, pretty much. Which I'm here for. Eventful usually means something's gone wrong. Looks like this furnace has a face, and its face is of agony. Look inside the furnace. I could smear my hands with coal. Why would I do that? Digging bones up. Everyone does that on Tuesdays, right? Sure. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness, you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice, or several voices, talking to each other near the smoke chamber upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying, or what's producing them. What are you doing? The lieutenant asks when he sees you climb halfway inside this furnace. I hear the murderer of the hangman talking. Jeez. I'm not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs. Wait, really? He looks up at the ceiling. We should investigate, see if someone is upstairs. Alright. You know what? Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace? Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace you see at the building. It's connected to the chimney. He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside. No one has used it for ages. No signs of any recent fire, only dead rats. Well, I'm not going to kick it. I'm going to hurt my foot that way. And smearing my hands with coal is such a weird thing to do. Why would I do that? Alright, so that's the stairs we came down. So let's inspect this direction. What is that? The flashlight casts a strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here. What? Oh, dang. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. This game looks decent. It's interesting. I like it a lot. It basically, when you create your character, you create your detective, and you decide what stats you want in each of these things, and that kind of determines your limits for each of these different skills. Look how many, and these are all parts of our brain, basically. Or parts of our body, I guess. But it's mostly parts of our brain. And then the whole game is these different parts of our brain working together to solve a murder. It's amazing. And it has like, your brain has conversations with itself. It's so cool. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. Oh, interesting. A hole in the wall. A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see. You've been looking around for more horror games to stream? I wouldn't say this is really a horror game. It's a murder mystery game. But there's definitely some horrific imagery. Like you see like corpses and hanged people. But it's more like a weird word heavy murder mystery and mystery. Oh, I see. It meant it'd be a nice change as horror is all I do these days. Okay. I wasn't sure because you said you were looking around for more horror games to stream, so I didn't want you to think this one was also a horror game. But yeah, it could be an interesting thing for you to stream. I really like it a lot. And I know a lot of people are really into it, but a lot of people have also said it's kind of a hard game to stream. So, I don't know. I'm doing okay with it, but other people have had issues where, like, some people find it kind of exhausting because there's a lot of reading. And then some people found, because of the choices being so important, they found it hard to stream because of that. I have a better PC now, so hopefully I'll be able to run it now. I think you should be fine. It doesn't feel too graphically intense or anything like that. But I'm glad to hear you have a better PC. That's cool. Alright. Where are we? Look around the secret room. Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. He points up at the rifles under the ceiling. Must be an old weapons cache. Look, there's a hole in the wall. Shine a light on the hidden compartment. Your old ones struggle on very minimal games. Oof, I've been there. Before I got this PC, man, I was basically like, okay, I can play Stardew and I can play old like SNES games. Like I had to pick like really easy to stream games. I couldn't play anything, and now I can play most things, so that's good. It basically only struggles now with like Planet Coaster. And that's because of my GPU. I need to get a new GPU at some point. So look, there's a hole in the wall. Shine a light on the hidden compartment. There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look? Yeah, I do actually. Your hand reaches deep into the darkness of spider webs, rummaging around. You find rusty rifles hidden away. Inspect the rifles. Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye, a bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. This one looks nice. Take the rifle. An old Belle McRave from the Revolution. The lieutenant notes with some approval. His eyes are gleaming. Seems to no longer be functional, but still, it's a beautiful thing in its own way. What does this mean, a rifle here? It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future. Alrighty. He likes the find. Cool. Oh, we can sell it for almost $4. Your old one kicked off so much on just SCP. You can hear the PC running on the mic. Oof. Okay, we can interact with the bullet later. Hold on. Okay, so if I don't spend the skill points, I lose them, it looks like. That's a problem. I have to keep that in mind. Oh, what do I want to put things in? Lose them how? Because I only have 2 slots for them. I spent 1, and I had 1 left, and I leveled up, and now I have 2 to spend. You're not backseating, I would say. But it does seem like, because it shows that I have 2 skill points here, right? To spend. But before I leveled up, I had 1, so now I should have 3, but I only have 2. Oh, you bank them no matter how many you have? How? Like, where? I don't see them, though. Or do you only get 1 per level? Do you get 1 per level? Is that what it is? If so, then I'm not in any hurry to use them. 1 per level. Okay, cool. Thank you, the J-Rab. J-Rab? The J-Rab? Is that right? I might just call you Jay. But thank you. Sorry, I've been lurking this whole time? That's totally fine. You are welcome to lurk. A frozen ice cream maker that's still running. Interesting. Ooh, money and Nosefed. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one leads to the ice cream maker nearby. Let's unplug the black cable so that way maybe it'll thaw out and we can do something with it. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr. Why did you do that? Because it's black, the color of immeasurable cosmos. The lieutenant raises his brows but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing. Ooh, insane mesh tank top gives us extra drama. The intercom wires are running into the breaker box. Oh, we can't interact with this anymore. My French accent's really good, thanks! Low morale put points into volition. Interesting. Hey, Mischief! I guess it's probably mischief. Whatever. Oh. And that put us out here. Okay. So if we were looking for upstairs, there didn't seem to be a way to get up there. We can go back down here into like the basement, but there didn't seem to be a way to like climb the stairs. Yeah, I need to get a hold of a sad song on tape so I can sing karaoke. We got a new shirt. Okay. So yeah, I think before we do anything else, I don't want to bag off the body until we've talked to the dudes. I also might put a point into interfacing so I can try to fix my sink. So I can wash my hands because I am gross. I'm so gross, and apparently there are no public restrooms. Double click to run, press space to stop. Okay. So gross is true. We didn't want to mention it, but don't worry, I'm already aware. I'm already so aware of how gross I am. Alright, let's put on my interfacing gloves. And make sure I don't have anything that messes with my interfacing on my body. Okay, so we want to put... what was it? The chain cutters, I think? Into my hands? Oh, I didn't even realize this over here. Yeah, interfacing +1. Okay, that's good. Alrighty. So from here, I can't do this until I have put a point into interfacing. Okay. Let's do it. The core smells kind of off-putting as well. I want to try to fix that. I can't take a shower, but I might be able to wash my hands. Come on. Ah, dang, that's a really bad roll too. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. At the train station, welcome back, Quack. The handle of the you handled the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Yay, we healed our morale. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. I still can't wash my hands. I guess I'll just leave the gardening gloves on. I'm disappointed. I can't bathe. What are my 4 base stats? I'll show you. I have 5 intellect, 3 psyche, 2 physique, and 2 motorics. Motorics? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Motorics. I'm a brain cop. You are welcome. Okay, the naval coat improves suggestion at the cost of esprit de corps and shivers. I think that's fine. Oh, look how fancy we look. Look at, we're a fancy boy. Fancy cop. I don't think we're going to try to be authoritative, so I don't think we need to worry about the ledger of failure and hatred. You hit random on yours and it gave you 2166. Oh, dang. The gloves are great with the naval coat. They're not bad. Let's throw a flashlight in hand so we can shine the flashlight in people's faces when we ask them questions. Second time you got 6621. Huh. That title, you can thank HD for that. Let's analyze the bullet. That is with my PC and giving me one-sided characters. Yeah, we chose this. I originally went with, I think it was 5421. But then we died of a heart attack. We had, like, no health. And, so I figured we should at least have a 2 in something so we wouldn't die of a heart attack if we fail. Speaking of, I kind of want to use our health healy thing. It worked out super well for me. Well, that's good. The bullet is safely sealed away in the plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Hey, Chris, thanks for the raid. Hello and welcome, everybody. I heard that Jump King broke you. Sorry to hear that. But you switched over to Baba Is You. How are you liking that? Have you played it before? Also, Leech, thanks for the host.
Jump King is dead, but long live Baba Is You.
Crystal, thank you so much for the 9 months. Happy Twitch baby. What would you like to name your Twitch baby? Baba is fresh game for me. It's amazing. It's so cool. I like it a lot. So yeah, Jump King's over. Like you're legit done with it, which is fine. Like if you're not having fun, do not torture yourself with it. Hey April, how's it going? Hey Elodin. You walked yourself to the start. It's dead. Okay. You gave it a really solid effort and you got very close to the end. You should be proud. Hey, how's demo? Baba is fun. I need to get back to that. I streamed it when I first got it. And then I realized it's not a good game for me to stream. Because I don't like to sit and get stuck on puzzles for a very long time. It's frustrating. But I love the game a lot. Pride isn't my emotion, but anger is no longer my emotion. Well, that's good. Hey, Zenimus! Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny shriveled head of cauliflower. Feel the bullet through the bag. People like watching me suffer, so it works. Well, there you go. Same for me. I streamed it for a bit, then I stopped because I thought too much on the puzzles. Yeah, like for me, the best way for me to play Baba is I leave it alone for a long time and then I'll come back to it every now and again and I'll play it for like, I don't know, like 20 minutes and I'll solve some puzzles. And then when I get stuck, I set it aside. And that's not a good thing for me to stream. Don't like to get stuck on puzzles on stream, she says, and yet you finished Talos Principle today. I didn't get stuck on that though. Like when I mean stuck, I mean completely stumped. Cauliflower doesn't look sad. It looks okay, fine. It looks kind of sad. Feel the bullet through the bag. The squash bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The Citizens Militia uses cast bullets only, little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually with the cartridge. What do I do with you, bullet? What? The lieutenant steps closer. I said, what do I do with you, bullet? Well, if I was a bullet, which I am not, I would say find the weapons that shot me. Good idea. If we find who owns it, we will likely have found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better. Inspect the bullet closer. The jacket of the bullet is made of yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark gray core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. Look at the jacket. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. And the core? It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged into the wound. What can you say about the bullet so far? It's a jacketed bullet close to 5 millimeters in diameter. A jacketed bullet, okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez. You got so annoyed in that description of the bullet. I don't know bullets super well, so why is that annoying? Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century. Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it. Oh no. Well, we can always retry it. Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This will be one of those epic texts that's open for a while. For a story reason that I realized would be a spoiler if I said more. Sorry for bringing it up. It's all good. Thanks for catching that it would be a spoiler and not spoiling it. Enjoy the food, Crizzle, and thank you again so much for the raid and the 9 months. Enjoy these silly people. I will. Always. Have a good food. Alright, I'm going to put the bullet away and double check to see if I have anything to increase my eye-hand coordination. Probably not. Yeah, I don't have any bonuses, so let's just give it a try. Because worst case, we can always try again. Dang! We did it. A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be from an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique make. The 4.46 caliber has widely used with the Belle Magrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulidian theater of the anticentennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below from the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly, but if it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber. So is anyone still making these rifles? No, but Zeiliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling. Did you fail that check? Maybe. You can always reattempt it, though. That one was a white check, so you could redo them. Who uses Belmagrav rifles these days? Antiques, enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order. The lieutenant jots something down in his notebook. What are you thinking, Bullet? I think I know where this came from, dangled the bag thoughtfully. Okay, and? The shot probably came from a Belmagrave rifle. An antique, that makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez or any Revachol. Why not? Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. The bullet is about 5 millimeters, is what the actual text said. One could argue that roughly 4.5 millimeters is about 5 millimeters if you're eyeballing it, so I don't know. I don't think that that's quite as bad. Guess you missed or forgot about the about. Yeah, maybe. I'm pretty sure it said about, though. I don't know if I can scroll back up to that. Yeah, I don't think I can go back up to that, unfortunately. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzleloaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end. Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-load rifles is a policy enforced by the Moralists International in all of the nations of the Real Belt. Makes you consider every shot. I like it. Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, the third, and so on. Come much easier. But, back to the investigation. Antiques enthusiast? I feel like no. Victim being mixed up with foreign guerrilla fighters, possibly, but I don't know. Well-armed jamrock bangers started crossing over to Martinez, maybe? Or it might just say something mysterious is afoot with the antique bullet type. Should round down, not up. I guess. But I'm just saying, if you're just eyeballing it, and you say it's about 5 millimeters, and it's actually closer to 4.5, I would still say it's about 5 millimeters. Like, I think that's a fair thing to say. Yeah, something mysterious is afoot with this antique bullet type. Mysterious? He shrugs. Okay, either way, we know when we find the gun. Alright. Well, has nothing more to say. We did it! How's our XP doing? We're getting there. Cool. Alright. We're ready to do some questioning. We look fancy AF. You! We're gonna talk to you. But first we're gonna save it, just in case I mess something up or I get punched! I mean, I guess I could just take a health thing. I'm gonna take a health thing. We've got plenty. I don't want to take any chances.
This is where you say your bit.
A broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
Detective?
The lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you. We need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him? A real looker, that one.
He looks around.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get all ripe and pretty for you.
He looks to Titus for approval.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
He spreads his arms.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Also affect their backing skills of endurance and volition, respectively. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. With that voice, I feel like Ted should be using a few more hoorahs. Do a head count first. Connecting these men to the tracks you saw in the yard, chances are they're going to match. Just watched the Chalice Principle VOD of today. Wanted to let you know the last level in the prototype is actually a fleshed out map. Wanted to let you know in case you ever want to check it out. Oh, thank you, Spike. Hope you had and have a nice evening. I've had a good evening, and I'm sure I will continue to have a good evening. But yeah, I appreciate that. I got stuck on the one where all the mines were exploding me, and I'm like, I don't feel like doing this, so I just figured I'd just leave it. But yeah, I might check that out off stream. Let's scan the room. Starting from the right, boot size 44, blonde man in his 30s, overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right, standard working boot size 45 or 46, eldest in the room, probably mid-50s, smoker, quiet. Across at the other table, hobnailed working boot size 43, gang tattoos, mask or Samarizian, in his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Lobos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations, hard to say what else, the ink is fading. And then, standard working boots, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars. A little under 40. I need to push through the dull levels. Yeah, fair. I was curious about them initially, but then I got to the one with all the mines, and I'm just like, no, I'm done. Let's do something else. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. Captain of the Rowing Club, huh? In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something non-alcoholic beverage in hand. Squint. Is that a plectrum? Where? On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician. And the little guy. Size 41. With a light step. Not a child after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing, big guy, boot size 46, deep marks, probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in the armor and you could easily exceed 220. You recognize a lot of those prototype levels from the main game, they just don't look as nice? Yeah, that would make sense. They would definitely take things from their prototype and then polish them up and reuse them for the main game, I would think. Otherwise, they're just doing extra work there. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. One of them is missing, the odd soul. Exactly. You stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with the questions. Where's the 8th Hardy? What the fuck is with you, fella? Titus is staring at you with his head tilted. I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where's the 8th Hardy boy? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. He sizes you up. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring. He shakes his head. Actually, boss, we've been talking about it and we think she could maybe... Shut the fuck up, Glenn, he roars. I do the talking here. No, what the fuck do you want, cop? It has to be good if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too. So let me get this straight. Oh, wrong accent. So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her. That's right, we're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Ain't nothing to do with you, your shit. And, he points at Kim, you're not cops here. Don't go digging around. You don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you. Good. We're all watching each other. The lieutenant adjusts his spectacles. Officer, your question? There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later. I guess we may as well. The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it? The pretty boy. He takes a sip from his can. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy. Kim is cool. Funny, says the lieutenant without a smile, but my butler and I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Why are your boot prints all over the scene? You mean these boots? He raises his worker boots, size 46, steel reinforced toe. Yes. We all got a pair. He squints. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. He looks at you dead in the eye. Together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene. Aha, so you just confessed to murder. Goddamn right, I... No, the woman interjects. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time. All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic. You murdered him just like that. No remorse? How many people have you sent to the chaise? Ever felt remorse for them? Chaise électrique is a method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad. Or send them to reunion to rot. For 20 years, for life? He says if it were worse than dying. And reunion, what's that? I mean, obviously it's a prison, but may as well. The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown. Liz's accent sounds very similar to Kim's. Might be something to investigate. Hey, Akoilu! Look, I'm just doing my job, that's all. Oh, so you're a simple, well-meaning man, huh? He spits on the ground before him. Ever been in solitary? Prison is torture, that's what it is. He's clearly been in solitary confinement, and at a young age nonetheless. So he's hanging a man slowly without breaking his neck, the lieutenant replies dryly. Who called the shots that night? Are you deaf? There could be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a hardy boy without arresting all hardy boys. A shadow of a smirk passes her lips and she tilts her head. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all? A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation. No, but seriously, who called the shots around here? Who do you fucking think does? He sounds more amused than angry. Hey, Lurks! You doing lurking while you're playing some Crusader Kings 2? Enjoy! I have been really enjoying Disco Elysium. It's really interesting. Let's see. You have Robert Clare running the Union. You answer to him. Gangs are usually run by the oldest, most venerable member. Base animal dominates the herd. When Elizabeth, I thought she did. I feel like it's either going to be Titus, Everard, or the 8th Hardy Boy. Hold on. What did what's his face say about her? I don't have that anymore. We were talking to her and she was thinking. It's the 8th Hardy Boy. One that's missing. The big dick. Let's go with that. A moment of silence. The long-haired one breaks it. Titus, no one was thinking that there's any question who's the leader. That's how he would have ended it. Titus won't let him. No, no, no. He shakes his head. Fuck no. The big dick's right here, asshole. You're looking at it. He grabs his crotch. Right fucking here. I kind of like that we put him off of his, I think that was a good thing to do, to not acknowledge his dominance. Disregard the outburst, officer. She gives Titus a condescending glance. None of the boys have any more comments on their power relations. That night they acted as one, that's all. When did this hanging incident occur? You don't have to keep answering his questions, the fixer turns to remind Titus. I know, Lizzie, relax. He takes a sip. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week. How long have you known the victim? Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole. Yeah, who do you think we are? Quiet! Titus gives Glenn a stern look. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy? By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier, the representative for the Wild Pines? The lieutenant pretends to check his notes. The same company you're striking against. No, he stresses. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid ass cow they sent to fuck us over. You know what? He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it all over. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough. That is enough insinuation for you today, Titus. She turns to you. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions. How did you kill him? We hanged him by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper? Didn't they teach you anything at cop school, idiot? The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that? He looks even more irritated than before. Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, Capo. I'll say it again. We killed him. Yeah, I knocked him out, the tattooed one speaks up, banging on his chest. Came up behind him and clubbed him in the back of the head. He was done like a sick of sin. That's right, lawman. He spits through his teeth. And we hanged the fuck. Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if this all adds up. Oof. Cannot be retried. Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim out? My fucking elbow, copper! He looks at you straight in the eye. Samaritan boxing style. Samara boxing, or Sambo, is an eloquently violent set of one-on-one fighting moves originating from Samara and Asola. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool. He may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing, no uncalled for details. And where did all this action take place? Right fucking here, he spreads out his hands. The fucker started coming into a bar, asking for it. Oh gosh. I don't know if we can talk to them again if we close out of this interview. We're slightly more likely than not to succeed this, but we still might fail. And if we fail... Oh, gosh. I don't know if I can get back into this conversation if I back out of it. I assume I can? I'm gonna back away. I can't leave this conversation. I think I just have to go for it then. Because I don't want to just be like, oh, why don't I just arrest you? Like, this is more interesting. Things aren't quite right here, are they? Come on, come on. Oh, gosh. Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room, given how many questions you've lobbed their way. All of them? Maybe one of them is fidgeting, cracking under the pressure? Well, this one, but he's always fidgeting. So don't give your hopes up. But dang. Alright. Well then, how does this bullet in his head factor into this? Huh? A sip of beer makes the surprise go down easier. There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. The lieutenant checks his notes. Why was it there if you hanged him? How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe? Another sip. He's tight-lipped suddenly. Interesting, sire. It's as if he's lying. To protect someone, he's not very good at it. This line of questioning is over. The woman steps in before you can answer. You've got the cause of death already. Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, that is your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination. Alright, fine. Why'd you kill him? Why? He hisses through his teeth. Because he was a worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line in my town. So he was a mercenary, that's it. And he stepped out of line, he repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice. What kind of mercenary? The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Lee Schmin and Semenine written all over him. XRNG's Special Forces. A live grenade. The man spreads his arms. Right here in our bar! This one has a special gripe with him coming here. I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. Okay, fine. She pushes Liz's face away with her palm. Why'd you kill him, Titus? Hold on. How do you even know he was in Special Forces? Because one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Orangey's goddamn Special Forces and I'm gonna fuck you all. Really? Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there singing some Orangey's paratrooper song and said he was gonna fuck everyone. We couldn't believe it either. But he fucking did. Right there, he points at the stage like some kind of animal. Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code. Okay, but besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong? Wrong! He roars. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning. He wiped spittle from his mouth. From rape to harassment to threats of violence, why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it, hopes you didn't notice. To kill us all if we don't open the gate, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. He cracks his knuckles. And that was before he started coming here. So, did he rape the 8th Hardy boy and so she shot him and then they lynched him to cover up her murder of him? Maybe. Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls, grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke right there on the stage. He grabbed someone. The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information. Yeah, the girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young, gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. Fucker grabs her leg, starts screaming. Oh gosh. Then he gets knocked in the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down. He just shakes his head in disbelief. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted, raped, you said? Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen. Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Are you fucking listening? He repeats like a parrot. There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about the rape that Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it. Rape, but who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation. No. There's a moment of silence. You're not getting a name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns. There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you. I'm not a strong cop. I'm not gonna do that. So, what are we gonna do now? Conclude the questioning, because this seems like a bad idea. Nothing. A reply comes sharp. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez. Go back to your stations where you belong. I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. The lieutenant closes his notebook. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this. Established authority. Oh my goodness. Good luck with that. He grabs another beer. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is going to hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating. I'm going to take off now. Titus, you were told to keep a low profile. Yeah, he did that really well, didn't he? Let's see. We could definitely put some things on to give us more authority. Right now we have, what, -2 because of our notebook. Well, I guess we could remove the notebook to have less not authority. Anyway, I'm glad that Kim was there while we talked to that guy. We need to send the body in. I would love to have Kim here when we talk to the guy tonight, but I think I need to send the body in. Hey, Golden! I think I'm just gonna send the body in. Because I'm gonna lose him whenever I do that regardless. Let's go ahead and save it. Kim send in the body? Question mark. Let's bag him, Kim. Take him away. XP! Level up! Woo! Alright. He takes out a shiny black body bag and starts pulling the plastic over the dead man's face. We'll need a little help carrying him. You take the hands and take the legs. Bag the corpse and drag it to the motor carriage. Are we actually dead, or is it just narrative symbolism? We're not... I don't know if we're dead. I have no idea. I assume not. Find out, I guess. Maybe. Alright, what am I gonna do for the rest of the day? Oh, handwritten notes from the fridge. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface. Read the note. Someone has scribbled S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home ASAP. Ooh, that's why we unplugged it. It's important. I do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Suicidal. We know who the illiterate ginger kid is. The note does not specify. Are you serious? You sure you don't want to hazard a guess here, detective? Oh, you mean Kuno. Ding, ding, ding! We have a winner. What's a filament memory? The note doesn't specify. It's part of a radio computer. When not in use, filaments are stored at temperatures below 0. Interesting. Who wrote the note? According to the note, someone named Susila. Perhaps someone who belonged to the defunct radio computer company. That makes sense. But why do they leave a filament lying in a freezer? Like a question for a detective. Where's the frozen ice cream maker? Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box? I did. Put the note away. Alright, we're gonna head in there. I think. How is our braining doing? We're still working on these. Let's see. Do I want to put a point in anything? I don't think so. I think I'm gonna wait. This orange machine is dead still. It has ice cream churner and electric freezer. The ice around it is slowly melting. Try to crack open the lid. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cool for you to get a grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. Now this is going to need something else. Some kind of super pry bar. Don't even try to open it with a regular pry bar. You're just wasting your time. If you want to try again, you may need to have a pry bar in your hand, detective. I mean, it does say I'm going to need more than a pry bar, but let's give it a try anyway. Oh gosh. Pry bar is not strong enough. Machine's unplugged. Better grip with gloves, but we need... Let's leave, because we may be able to do something, because we're only going to win on 6... Ow. Ow, that was my funny bone. Ow. We're only going to win on 6s. So... yeah, we'll come back for that, I guess. Time to eat dinner that took you 2 days to cook and then you were too tired to eat. What did you make? I wonder what you would ever need to do behind Kim's back.
You broke down the back door? The ward's the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop.
She looks very sad, resigned even. Sometimes it's necessary to resort to extreme measures. I suppose it's all over now. Her shoulders slump as if a heavy burden lies on them. I guess there's no escape. Well, I've looked around. I can tell you what I saw. She shrugs, apparently dejected. Okay, I'm willing to listen. We are set on the path. There's little else to do. Ooh, picture. Let me take a look. What'd you make? Ooh. Fancy. But before we go on, did you encounter the malignant entity? Her eyes narrow as she whispers the name. The entity? No, I don't think so. Yes, the malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the shape of a woman, a witch probably. I suspected that she knows more about the curse than she lets on ever since I first saw her. You mean the chimney that's part of the central furnace? I heard voices coming from there. Yes, I've heard that it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtain upstairs. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. She shivers. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. You should get back to the furnace and make some noise. Alrighty, let's do that. I got time to kill. Oh, is it too dark to walk there? I think it is. Let's equip the flashlight. I don't remember how I've gone anywhere. This way? I think it's this way? Yeah. Oh, but there's the shutter. An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from it. You knock on it. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. No one's home. Knock even harder! The curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now. There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there. Maybe we should try yelling into the furnace downstairs. If I can remember how to get there. Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. Floorboards are creaking. Someone live here. Postcard. I'll have that. Okay, so I never went up here, so how the heck do I get... Oh, it was this way. That's right. I was only just here a little bit ago and I've already forgotten how to navigate the whole space. Again, smearing my hands with coal seems like a bad idea, so let's just try yelling. You muster your strength and yell. Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a dry croak. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Well, alright then. If anything that affects my physical instrument. Horrible tank top. I guess we'll put a point into it, because we won't be able to reattempt it without that. I guess we're gonna have to. I'm gonna save here just in case we fail again. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. A chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then, you hear a woman's voice answer. A mighty roar, quite. You've awakened the entity. Hello, are you there? Speak to me.
Hello? Did you say anything?
There's a pause.
Can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
Perfect. Also, let's, throw on our dramatic mesh shirt. Why not? Why is this... Oh, all these things different have lines to it. I noticed the box around the necktie. I was like, that's strange. But then I realized, oh, also I don't have a hat. And there's something about my pants. Disco-ass blazer? I want to try that on. Oh my gosh. Look at us. We're like the coolest cop right now. Look like an old beatnik. I love it. Wait, yellow pants. No, jeans. No, I'm okay with like the suggestion. I want to take the hat off because that reduces my rhetoric. Yeah, I like this look a little bit better. Alright. Go back up. You are now wearing an insane mesh tank top. Nobody can see it behind the navel coat, but it's there. You know. Yeah, it makes me more dramatic. It's not, it doesn't improve their drama towards me. It's my own drama that is improved because I know what I'm wearing. This tray is full of colorful dice. Colorful polyhedral dice. Hundreds of them. Is she a game designer? The candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice. I love her already.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Oh, she's a dice maker. Never mind. A bird-like woman sits on the throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
She taps on her headphones.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view of the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching. Hold on, what do you mean by Milius?
Yes, Amelia is like a calling station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
She pats the headphones on the table.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
I mean, I did knock on her window, so saying that is wrong. So why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones are light, but her hands are strong. Role-playing games? You know one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count? I'm not interested in buying dice right now. I'm a police officer and I need to ask some questions.
How else can I help you then?
Of course, I can see that. I just thought you were a police officer looking for dice. She tilts her bird-like head. How else can I help you then? This person means you, or no one else. Absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask her what you need. Do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags? Nothing really. I didn't know him. Who cares about the dead body? We won't be dealing with a malignant entity here. Seriously, you've got a great view of the courtyard and you didn't see or hear anything Sunday night? I'm sorry, Detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. You often work Sunday nights. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it. And I prefer doing this to sitting at home. And you never took your eyes off work to look out the window? I might have, she admits. But in this case, all I could have seen would have been my own reflection staring back at me from the darkness. It's light here, but dark in the yard at night. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look at the window when I'm in the zone. What do you mean by the daily ruckus? Well, there's always something going on at the Whirling's backyard. She stops to try to come up with an example. During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike. She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She looks up at the window. Pale light comes in. But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. I see. Thank you for your answers. She nods. Anything else, officer? How'd you become a dice maker? How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew from there. Do you like role-playing games yourself? Not especially. Oh, boo. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay, and role players as customers, they're nice people. Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide. Hey, where are we anyway? What is this place? Look around the room. Cobalt is radioactive. Is it always? I know it can be. Certain isotopes of cobalt have been used in radiation therapy. They used to have radioactive cobalt in like a big old lead canister basically, and then they would like open a window so that the beam could come out and shine on like tumors and stuff. Of course, even if it was radioactive in this case, I don't know if all isotopes are radioactive. Only some isotopes. Yeah, that sounds right. Even if she was working with radioactive cobalt, this is the 50s, and people didn't realize that did they know in the 50s that radiation was bad? I don't think so. I think in the 50s they still thought radiation was like interesting. I don't remember. No, the 50s might be when regulation was first starting to come in. I think it was like closer like the 20s and 30s when they thought radiation was like this cool party trick type thing. Like late 1800s, early 1900s. We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there. Some people are beginning to understand the true effects of radiation at that time. That sounds about right. According to Google, only cobalt-59 is safe. Okay. Radiation sounds bad. Good that all that asbestos in my house shields it. Now back to the 20s and radiation is basically magical healing power. Yeah, not only that, they used to use it in, they would have these little fluoroscopy booths in shoe shops, and people would x-ray their feet to make sure that they were getting the proper fit shoes. Or they would use it as party tricks. They would shine fluoroscopy beams, like, and then stick their hands in there. Like, people would have them in their house. And they would just play with the radiation beams and like look at their bones and stuff. I think the thing that really brought radiation as something bad into the light was probably the radium watch dial painters. They had no idea that it was dangerous because it's not something that you can see the effects of immediately. It's something that, like, there's long-term effects for it that they just didn't know were bad. They sold water with radium and people's teeth would rot off. Sounds about right. Radium goes to your bones. It goes to anything that has, I think, calcium in it. So yeah, like the big thing with the radium watch style painters is that they'd lick their paintbrushes and they were painting like these watch dials with paint that would phosphoresce because of the radium in it. So it was like radium paint. They paint these watch dials so that way they glow in the dark. And these painters, these girls that would paint these numbers, and they would paint the numbers on the watches and they paint the hands and stuff. They would lick their brushes and basically paint their faces and play with the paint because they didn't realize that radiation was a bad thing. Nobody did at that time. And then years and years and years down the line, they started getting sick. And there's this whole controversy around the company where like the company closed and opened it up under a different name and didn't do anything about like they didn't want to take care of the workers' health or anything. They were denying the whole thing about radium being dangerous. It just became this whole big thing that blew up. Yeah, I had to watch a whole documentary on the radium girls. I had to watch a whole documentary on that. Also, I can't remember where it is. There's like an island near where we were doing atomic bomb testing, And they got really messed up by the fallout of that. Got really irradiated as well. Yeah, they straight out lied to make money. Yep. It's like they found out that bad stuff was happening, closed the company, reopened in other companies, lied about the effects, and basically had a whole bunch of girls die horrible deaths because they just wanted to make money. So, Bikini Atoll, yeah, that was it. It's really messed up. Anyway, back to the game. Sorry, I know way too much about this stuff. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus. Plaisance was right. There is an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse. I've heard that this place is cursed. Did you know that people call it the doomed commercial area? I've heard the stories, she nods as the wind howls in from the furnace shaft above, but I don't think those stories are true. Wait, how do you explain what happened to all those companies then? It's just capitalism, she shrugs. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail. Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies. Plaisance, the bookshop lady. She raises her brows. I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? Is there actual supernatural in this game, or is it just superstition? I'm not sure. Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going. Alright, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. Hold on. The whirling is part of the doomed commercial area? You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time under the East Delta Commerce Center project. Well, you're right. The whirling doesn't... Oh, I mean, their phone isn't working, and the waitress just took off. And then there's me. She sighs, looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving files. Carving flies? Is it supposed to be flies or files? Is a carving fly a thing? To wire cutters. Disco Elysium is a game with very unusual interests. That's all you'll say. Okay. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it? Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse. I'll be the first to admit there are many inconsistencies in this so-called curse. I was just about to ask. She leans forward in her chair to study your face. What do you think? Do you think the curse is real? Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest. Reminds me, you need to choose which dice to get on this dice Kickstarter I backed. Nice! What kind of dice are you getting? I mean, what are your options? Like, what's the Kickstarter for? I think it might be you that's causing this. Narrow your eyes very mysteriously. No. We're playing a sensible cop. I'm starting to see that there is no curse, only business decisions and unnatural market fluctuations. Exactly. She pinches the root of her nose. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got it sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today? That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful as far as we can see. Shivers legendary. Hold on. I don't know if bolstering our shivers is going to help, but let's leave for now and see if we can bolster our shivers. I think I have one thing. Yeah, my coat. And that's it. Be awesome if you answer her actually define the universe of the game and the supernatural is real or not depending on if you believed in it. I mean, it kind of is though, because there's a thing called shivers. Hold on. So if we go, where is it? Where's shivers? Here. Raise the hair on your neck, tune into the city. If we go to info, shivers come from when the temperature drops and you become more keenly aware of your surroundings. It enables you to hear the city itself, to truly belong to the streets. It is a supernatural ability. Old wrongs play out in present time. Scenes across the city happen in front of you, but who is speaking to you? At high levels, shivers may make you seem mad to the outside world. As you listen to the city, you don't listen to others. Your superiors begin to worry. With low shivers, though, you will seldom hear the city speaking to you. And if you cannot hear it, how can you ever save it? And then what's half-light? Oh, right, that's our fight or flight response. So, shivers is kind of like the supernatural part of the game. So, let's try to use our shivers. We have a chance. A very low chance. But we can try it and then we can come back here later. You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. Start taking off your clothes. You need to connect. Excuse me, what are you doing? The Dice Master stares at you while you start to fuss with your pants. Is it just me or is it hot in here? No, I don't feel hot. We're in a derelict smokestack. If anything, it's cold in here. Never mind. That was a terrible idea. Undressing in a stranger place of business? Yes, it was. An unbelievably bad idea. She trembles as if trying to shake it off. Alright. So let's look at... I have to wash off the smell. Oh, I have to use the bathtub. Oh, but I have privacy now, so I could do that today. Need to find Moral, but he's across the thing. Find the murder weapon. Gain authority. I don't know. I guess we could just report back to Placence. Oh, that's right. And we have a bunch of this stuff to do as well. So we just have to make sure we have the 20 real to play for a room with a whirling. Oh. Well, we now we can't call back Alice. I keep leaning on my my nerve, my humeral nerve or radial nerve or whatever. I should have called back Alice, but we can do that tomorrow. Most DE streamers, a 28% white check. Wow, that's impossible. Not even gonna try. It's staying 8%. Let's try it. I mean, here's the thing. If it's a white check and it doesn't seem like it's gonna have any bad consequences, we may as well go for it because there's a chance of success and we can retry it. So the only other way we're going to be able to bolster that is if we increase our shivers anyway, which will give us a chance to retry it anyway. All right. Let's talk.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them.
She seems anxious. I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Neha, and she's a novelty dice maker. Novelty dice maker? Her eyes widen. Well, spit it out! Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use ankle bones of sheep. She's not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you. She looks perplexed. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse? 97% chance of failure. Oh my god, we're all gonna die. Oh, 97% chance of to hit seems more reasonable. I mean, here's the thing. It feels sometimes like when I play the Long Dark and I have like a 75% chance of starting a fire, sometimes it feels like the odds are just against me and I'm like, I actually have a 33% chance to start a fire. But you know, it's just, well, luck of the draw, or roll a dice, or whatever. The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. Just don't say you don't have any answers yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire. She said there's no curse, but there are too many inconsistencies. The woman scoffs at you with an audible snort. Too many inconsistencies? What kind of talk is that? Logical talk? Good luck persuading her. Some people can rationalize anything. First, you're one of the inconsistencies. I am not doing as well as it looks I am. She grasps her pendant. I only have my Seminoles wards to thank for the protection they provide. And as I said, she's a novelty dice maker. Her business has been up and running for a long time now. Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech that's been feeding the curse. Red blotches appear on her skin. I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, detective. The investigation is over. I just hope you haven't made anything worse by going in there. Whatever. Hey, Roger, how's it going? This is a good game. She tucks the pendant away in her blouse and concludes, Thank you for nothing. Please do buy some books. We're beyond your way. Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind. Farewell now, book peddler. Alrighty. We got dim skill points. I guess I could sell some stuff? And I also should go talk to what's his face? Everart? Something like that. No, it's not that way. It's this way. Still haven't found my badge. No idea where that could be. Can't you just fix the curse by shoveling salt over the city from out of an airplane or something? It's the 50s. We don't have that kind of clout. Also, there is no curse. Wow! A very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah? Oh, yeah. The print depicts a muscled man striding towards you, a giant sword in each hand encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal, burning. Sniff the t-shirt. Smells like worn cotton. And a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin. Sniffing is okay, says the shopkeep, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy. You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about? How much are you selling the t-shirt for? 2 real. That's pretty cheap. That's unusually cheap, isn't it? Should belong to anyone who's ready to wear it. Couldn't you just give it to me for free then? He frowns, but why? Because I'm a broke cop without a cent to my name. I sympathize, I do, but this is a for-profit enterprise. Well, that is a rad man from Hjelmdal t-shirt you've got there. Hell yeah, man! The shopkeeper sounds enthusiastic. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just such a pure exemplar. You must be a serious man from Hjelmdal fan. A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far, but I do think the Hjelmdalerman what? Hjelmdalerman saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Some kind of rock band performance to put goodwill into the hearts of men. I hear the Wild Stallions are up for a gig. What did you mean the man from Hjelmdal was real? I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really. I'm totally with you, man. Reality has a way of bending back on itself. Exactly. Cause and effect work in both directions. Besides, I've been to Katla, but not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and I've watched the northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there. His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic just suggests some unusual neural activity. Interesting. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geometric ley lines, one might even say. Ooh, it would increase my shivers. It's only $2. I'll leave it for now. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know you're Kappa type. Wait, there are Kappa types? Yeah. Guess what yours is? Well, the last time I think I was a sorry cop. I'm a cool cop? No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here. Okay, but what are the other coppa types? Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. Well, you're too sorry to say those things, so here we go. We could opt in by saying I'm sorry. You know what? I'm actually not sorry. I changed my mind. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. Wait, so can I repent into another type of cop? We can opt out and say no. Won't the other coppa types be jealous? Tell them to fuck off, maybe. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine, don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual coppa type from sorry to anything. Wait, can I? I'm really curious where this path goes. The game won't let you forfeit the sorry cop route by using sorry cop dialogue lines. Go big or go sorry. I'm curious where this goes. I'm sorry. Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this. Like info, or maybe even every time you say you're sorry you get like $1 million. That won't happen. Alright.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Ooh, let's try electrochemistry because we've put some point into it so we can try and see what he's high on. Oh yeah. Sorry, that happened to you just now. I'm all good. Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrholidon. It's tough to come by on the street. Pyrrholidon, what's that? A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic effects. And it makes your eyes turn yellow. Is it just me or is it really warm in here? He tilts his head. I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature. There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Chill out, man. I'm a chill out cop who just wants some of what you're having, Winku. He frowns. Pyrrholidon is just something since the People's Pile disaster. He coughs as if to mark his words. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. I had to take it for radiation sickness. He's taking it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days. The People's Pile? What's that? Bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Like some of it in you, too. The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance. What is a particle decay generator? A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. Why is it called the People's Pile? Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued to work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted it a cheap source of energy for Revachol West. Needless to say, things didn't work out. So why did it fail? An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and the lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe. Tell me more about this emergency relief brigade that you were part of. He points at the white triangle on his orange safety jacket. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, trying to help the fire brigades contain the spill. On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the heart to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud, years getting sick. He looks at the spiraling light and stops. Must have been tough, radioactive cleanup. He hesitates. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment and early deaths, cancer mostly. And we knew that was coming, even as we were cleaning it up as best we could. So whose fault was it that the generator failed? No one's. Everyone's. He sighs and shakes his head. So much bitterness. A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor hoping for the best. What do you think's gonna happen? How'd you end up running a pawn shop? The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died, left me this shack and the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me, don't go there, it's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Faubourg as I can. Still in the same city, but... shrugs. Well, thanks for telling me. He shrugs. I like theory more than story. Outward movement, not vortices. Vortices? Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man. Shush! Electrochemistry, I don't need drugs! Oh, yeah, I could definitely buy back the pin now. Yes, fortunately, I still have it. $3.30 and it's yours. $3.30, but I sold it for $3.20. Yes, you did. This is how pawn shops make a profit. He tilts his head, waiting. So you want it or not? Yeah, I'll buy it. I'll return it to her. I got money now. I can spend almost 4 days. I just need, like, another $7. $7 real. And then I can spend another 4 days here. I gotta return her pin. It's important. I wanted to ask about my missing gun again. Good Capistani. I'm trying really hard. Sure thing. Have the people from Everard Claire's union come here to track that gun? Maybe. Shady looking guys came in here yesterday looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I had a police weapon to sell, and I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here asking for all sorts of things. People as oleaginous, says Everard, seem like they're lying even when they're being truthful. Wait, I sold my gun? You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. He hesitates. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind. So he's talking about radiation, I'm pretty sure. Interesting. He's not telling you the whole story. Seems like he's trying to spare you. I feel like there's something you're not telling me. He looks away. You weren't quite yourself, officer. What was I like? You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight and you needed the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it, and then I agreed to take it. Oh, goodness. How much did I sell the gun for? 15 real. That's not... Happens to the best of us, I guess. Thanks for the review. Let's talk about something else. Anything else. Do you know anything about the traffic menace on the loose? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. But didn't you hear it when the traffic menace drove over your roof? Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting my shop and then moving on. Does that mean you don't have any idea who the driver was? He shakes his head slowly. Well, you might be able to aid my investigation. I doubt it, but I can try to answer any questions you may have. Know anything about the recent hanging? I do my best to keep distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone. He doesn't know anything. Alright then. I don't want to take his anti-radiation meds from him. Also, I thought here was where I could pawn stuff. Can I not pawn anything here?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Man, I fucked up his accent real bad. Maybe I can sell stuff at the... I forget the name of the store. I know it has too many E's in it. Okay, so we're gonna stop at the whirling. Yeah, I don't want it. I don't want his meds. That's just my electrochemistry trying to get me to get high, and I don't want that. I'm trying to recover from all those addictions and stuff.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
She sounds glad to see you. About your pin. I hope you were able to pawn that old trinket. She smiles up at you earnestly. I brought it back. I know it means a lot to you. You should have it. Yeah, we got XP. Oh, thank you, dear. I confess, I am very glad to see it again. Very honorable of you, officer. That's all for now, ma'am. I'm gonna check my suggestion. Okay, good. We're not wearing that. We should wear our fun jacket.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids. Nope. You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot. I want to know everything about cryptids, living cryptids, extinct cryptids, marine cryptids, land cryptids. Bring it on! Sorry, sweetie. I can't get into that just now. Gart did say he could deliver a telegram for me earlier, and I really should notify our house sitter about our delay. Aw, that hurt my morale. Oh no, she's making excuses. She's not you're not interesting enough to talk about cryptids with. Suggested for the ladies, yeah. Tell me more about this rare insect your husband's looking for. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating, she catches herself, but I shouldn't bore you with etymological minutiae. No, I want to hear about the insect. Well, she hesitates. It's a phasmid, technically, but... Ah, yes, Phasmatodea. A diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Geez, words. Oh yeah, here comes the interesting. While other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. She looks at you in the eye and nods thoughtfully, hence the name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering it with us, officer. There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciates the creature's name. Does it have cool powers? Yes! It can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. Her face lights up at the thought of it. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even. Is it valuable? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. So is it dangerous? She chuckles to herself. Not at all. Why would it hide itself so carefully otherwise? Well, what makes you think the phasmid is around here? Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course. There was a brief article in the local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looked like reeds. Gary sent us the clippings. So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but the description masks the Insulindian phasmid perfectly. And they didn't even know what they were looking at. Okay, so what's so special about this stick bug then? Oh dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. The woman's face flushes with embarrassment. Morrel can explain it all so much better. I wish you could hear him describe it, then you'd understand, I'm sure. Alright, well, I think that's it for now. Let's make sure we have a room. I don't want to sleep on the street. About my bill for tonight? Got the 20 real. Yeah, here's 20 real for the night. Good. You've got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow. Alright, bye. Ah, yeah, bath time. It's not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. Smells like life, at least compared to you. I want to live forever with the corpse smell, memento mori and stuff. No. Run yourself a bath. The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons. Undress, close your eyes, and submerge. It's so loud. The water's only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely and so tired. Take the beer cans out. Only 2 hours later, but you were finally clean. I had stuff to do, admit, okay? Now you are all alone with your thoughts in the tub, but it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside of the tub. Let's imagine something. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature. Linger in the tub a little. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whorls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium trying to get moving. Alright. Task complete. Wash off the death smell. The waterline recedes as you stand. You're cold now. Clothes stick to your still moist skin. We're almost done with the white morning. We need 39 more minutes for that. Oh, I could use a skill point to unlock that. Yeah, I know. I just don't know if I want to spend it, but I guess I'm close enough to leveling. I could do. I do kind of want to shove rigorous self-critique in there. I'm gonna... yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's internalize our rigorous self-critique. We don't need that authority anyway. Alright, we got a place to sleep. We don't smell like a corpse. Today's looking up. I'm being very precious with my money because I don't know how long we're going to be here. Is that not a bottle I can pick up? Shame. With how awesome a super cub you are, I doubt rigorous self-critique would find anything to nag about. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. So do I sell things to you?
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
you tell me anything about the dead body? I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... How long has it been there? I don't know, like really long? Do you know the man who died? Not really? Not really? Does it mean you know him a little? No. I don't think I know him at all. Well, what do you think happened? I don't know. Well, thanks for your help. How do I sell things? I thought it was to the pawn shop, but I can't seem to sell him anything. Nice English Valley Girl accent. That was hard. You know, I'm gonna talk to What's His Chops first. Left side of the... no, it's not for bottles. It's like stuff in my inventory, like postcards and whatnot. Can we also sell this stuff there? Even, like, bottles are different than selling these things, right? Oh, it has too many T's, that's right. A giant ass print in the pillow and a pattern of coffee rings on the armrest. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. Okay, so I have to use the apparatus for selling bottles to sell postcards and stuff too? Alright, I've poked around in there. I'm trying to remember where to find Evar. I think it's this way? Been in the world for 2 days gives me a +1 to persuade the door to open. What was it ticking at me?
Mister, I need to be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larisse said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And a lot of folks really did keep coming back.
I have some questions for you, if that's not too much trouble. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared, and old Leo's always up for sharing. Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners? Oh, yes, yes, he replies excitedly. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good for keeping things in no more. Almost forgot about the borscht. Can you do the container song? I don't remember it. That was a week ago. I don't remember it. What was that about the borscht? Oh, yes, I've been taking special whirling borscht to the Met every day since the strike started. Yeah, but I don't remember the tune either. Little guy chuckles merrily. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. He shakes his head with a wide smile. I feel like I could take on Mr. Rawdon's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Sorry to admit. What do you mean by taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking? Yes, yes, I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Hold up, who makes it at the whirling? Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking to Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Well, something's off about that borscht. I'm gonna look into it. Oh, sure, mister, sure. The little guy nods. You do that? Yes, sir. Alright. Do you work here? Yes, yes, everyone needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick, but everyone calls me Leo. Little man raises his hand in a welcoming gesture. I'm like Mr. Everart's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar's out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everart's away. He chuckles. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady. Good-hearted chuckle again. Who's Miss Beaufort? Real pretty lady with skin like those doing souk or candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner's done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Hold on. Who is this Miss Beaufort you mentioned? Oh, Lizzie. She's a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. Oh, a lawyer, huh? He respects that word. That's obvious. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up here in this neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure. For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes. He goes on. If he misses and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Oh, that's why he's sad. Dr. Lemaitre said so. Said she knows about such things. Been a doctor almost 50 years she has. He sighs and falls silent, watching you meekly with his blue, blue eyes. Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener? Could she, but he... Oh, whatever. Okay, so is this the union fixer, the gardener? I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl, smart as a whip, too. Little guy smiles a disarming smile at you. Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps you're gonna consider this later. So, you're Ubi, right? Oh, yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then, too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know, there was never any of that where I come from, no sir. That was just nasty rumours. Where is everyone? The harbour is empty. Oh, most of the guys down the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. He leans in with a confidential look. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. So we haven't worked for 2 months now. So no one's working. Not everyone down there, of course, he chuckles. Mr. Everett's in his office where he always is, and Jean-Luc's guarding the gate. He pauses to think. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble, and Everett sent them on a nice vacation for a week or so. He stops, but seems eager to tell you more. What trouble did Titus and his friends get into? Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. He smiles and leans close. Him and his boys stirred something up in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. Don't go all bad cop now on this simple, friendly fellow. But what do they actually do? pee. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. Another chuckle. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school. Too rowdy? Yeah, what kind of fight did they get into? Did they kill a mercenary? Too late! Leo's mouth is still moving and the words are spewing forth. Words, 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 and look! Even more words! This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he's already switched to a priced fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions. Alright, bye! I like to imagine he's still talking while we walk away. I know, he's a real sweetie.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you're already sat on that chair.
I don't know what he's talking about. You're already sat on that chair? I'm not sitting, but whatever. Lost gun. Okay, hold on. Let's talk about my lost gun. Yes, yes. Some of my best men are tracking it. I made him really Boston last time because I can't do his voice, and he just slips into like Jersey guy. Is what I kept doing for him. Because he's like English. If an English person was also from Jersey, is like the voice he has, and I can't do both. Yes, yes. Some of my best men are tracking it down. Some kids saw some other kids running away with it. Some folks said a paranoid schizophrenic might have it. Leaves are being checked, Harry. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing. I'm not going to talk about his shady brew because, you know what, that's none of his business. See you soon, de butter. The big man raises his hand in farewell. Just kidding. But not too much. Alright, so that was useless. Still looking into our gun. I was hoping he'd actually have some information for us this time. So I guess we'll just do like a bit of a wander? What, 40 minutes left in the stream. I guess we could try to see if we can sell our postcards and whatnot. At the place where we sold bottles, see if that's where that is. Do you have any skill checks you can retry? I'm not sure. I know there's this one I could try. I could try to persuade the door to open. I'm gonna leave though. I'm gonna take a look at my rhetoric. I don't have any points in that. I don't know if I'm ever going to put points into it though. I know, it's already a ton, but that's like epic levels of rhetoric that we would need to open this. I think I'm gonna, I don't know. I think we're just gonna try it. Even at 3%, there's a chance we could get double sixes. And even if we get more bonuses, there's no way that we're gonna get enough to give us like what would we need. We currently have 5. We would need... Hold on, let me look at something. If it's at 7, that would increase our rhetoric to the point that it would be, I think, like an 8% instead of a 3. So I might wait and see if we can find some clothing that can increase our rhetoric. There might be some checks we can retry because they were like digging through the bins. We did some of that, like the street vendor guy. So we could check to see if we can find anything useful there. And I also wanted to talk to Manana. And we need to break into that apartment for Everart. We said we would anyway. And he'd get us our gun, I think, if we did that for him.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
He stares at you with his hazy eyes. You've been in there, he means. Talk to the boss man too. Probably. That's nice enough. It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. He notes solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorning his face. Right! You talk to the boss, eye to eye. Like the men of the plain. You have any more questions? I'm set to talk. Everett said you had a key to the door? A key, huh? He runs his fingers through his mustache. What door is this key supposed to open? He said it belonged to a weasel? Oh! Say no more, I got you. He taps the side of his nose with a little wink. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it is mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. I'm not really doing this for political reasons. Oh, so the none of the above type are you? I get it, I get it. I like to keep my distance too, he nods. Well, it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. It means we keep out of each other's business. And where'd you get the key from? The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that truly matter. His gaze wanders off into the distance. None of this mess we're in, this jiving and juggling. What's it for? He doesn't wait for your answer. To feed our children, I guess. Anything else I should know about this task? This weasel person when he'll be home? He shakes his head. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff, who I am, who you are, who we're fighting for. The man takes a big sip from his flask. He means he's not gonna tell you because he doesn't know, but he will shoot mouth with you now that you're working for Everart. Who he is and what they're fighting for, this is interesting. Ask him about the Hardy Boys. You sure we're as effortlessly cool as Manana? He is pretty cool. But not as cool as Kim. Actually, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys? Los Hardys? He smiles. They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that, except it's Everart's law. He takes a swig from his flask, but really, they're just like you. Kuno told me you were supposed to know about the armor. He smiles. The little boya did good on his promise. His promise? To get me into trouble, to sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words, not mine. What happened? I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it. Did you? At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike, buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy, and he said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there. And it still got me into trouble. He smiles. One bad move is all it takes. So Kuna used us to what? Scare you? It is a minor nuisance. It's all good. He contemplates taking a swig from his flask. A probe into the armor. What did you learn? I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union man about some armor. Okay, anything else? Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. What sort of technical stuff? I'm technical-minded. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends in the library, he explains with a wry smile. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off. How then? In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea, and I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw, too hard to remove. So as I count, there are 2 parts still missing, the gauntlets and the cuirass. And that's where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. 4 pieces of armor up for grabs then. But I already sent the boots away. The jolly man shrugs. I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least. Hold up. 4 pieces? Helmet, cuirass, gauntlet, boots? What about the leggings? Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. He gives you a jolly shrug. Forget about them. I did. Well, I'm gonna find 1 piece of it. One's enough. Smart choice, the mustache man agrees. It's only that one spot you need armor to. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots, though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off of him. I mean, we are probably not getting the boots because they're, sent away. Thanks for your cooperation. No problem. He finally takes a swig from the flask. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way. He's sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now. Any idea who killed the hangman? The mercenary, aye? He shrugs. Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? He shakes his head solemnly. The merc was hanged with a very specific type of cargo belt, one often used in heavy transport areas, for example, harbors. What a thought! He scoffs, looking shocked. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing unless they were pushed, of course? Pushed how? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. Hold up, what does that mean? He was an agent of the opposition attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. Did you kill him? I ain't the murdering type. Well, that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men with all sorts of skills. He's not lying about not doing it himself. Thank you. This has been of limited use. Okay. Hold up. I gotta do a thing. Where I click the button and then hit the ban button. Yeah, I did it. I banned a bot. Go me. So why are you striking? We're negotiating our share. Your share. Aye, he seems pleased with himself. Misery, thanks for following. Much appreciated. How large a share would you like? All of it. However, right now, all we want is the harbor workers to be on the company board so that they could take part in the decision-making process. This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deport them to a labor camp in the Southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist. The boss man Everard. What can you tell me about him? I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. He shrugs. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. What does bossing the union entail anyway? I guess you kinda get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners and other relevant parties, watches out for his own. You mean corruption? By heavens! Why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it, even. He is personally not too lavish. That desk seemed pretty lavish to me. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all. This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today. Are you a communist? No. He pauses to think for a moment. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. Okay, cool. I don't have anything to add to that. Hey, none of the above kind of man. No harm in being that. I love that meta commentary there. You seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the political situation. Ooh, I'll check that out in a minute. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. He spreads his arms wide, using the reach to show how much time he has. Fortunately, there is always time. The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Guayadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman, true to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. Maybe I'm a Boyadera? No. But, no. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide, yet it feels as if he could go effortlessly even wider if need be. An endless torrent of time. Good talking to you. Gotta run. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere here in Martinez. Is that because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it? It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience. Okay, first of all, where is this kingdom of conscience? It's not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it has only been achieved a handful of times. And how do you bring about those circumstances? Incrementally. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its grains are lost because of instability. gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment. Okay, but what about all the things that are wrong now? Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future. You may never live to see the kingdom of conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not, but that's no excuse to not keep working. What rationality? Wait. Is the kingdom of conscience actually about doing things, or is it just preserving the status quo? Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed? I don't know. And I don't like that that is not an option. I don't know. Because sometimes the status quo is so terrible that you need that chaos and bloodshed to upheave a corrupt system and replace it with something better. So I'm going to say no. Then you've never lived through real chaos. That is also true. Sometimes in the face of great disaster, defending the status quo is progress. Okay, but what is the kingdom of conscience actually like? The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe. Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define it and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It is also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual. I think Demit was joking back. It's all good, Lurks. Interesting. I have 2 opt-outs and 1 opt-in. Terrible. Don't think I want to be a moralist. Seems fine. I want to live for the present, though. Or sounds incredible. Alan Z, let's go there right now. Why not? Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow? Oh, right. Then let's get there eventually. That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in a long time from now, we're all going to be so much happier. Oh, wait. I have another thought. But I also have White Morning to look at. Ooh. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. Oh, motion learning caps increased by 1. Oh, that's kind of cool. You see him out the window. Out in the snow. On the streets and the shops in the corner, and finally in a matchbox house. Sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. A white morning, a modern death, divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him. Make him smaller. Make him less you. Post-Twitch. Okay, so that lets us zoom out more and increases our motorics learning caps by 1, which is good because that's one of our worst things, I guess. Is someone known as postmodernist? Hello, postmodernist. I want to get us to postmodernism. Okay. Alright. I have to open the door behind the greenhouse in the yard. Kuno lied to you. Return and confront him. I don't want to talk to Kuno. There's special borscht. I want to find an armor piece. Give him the hangman's boots. Yeah, that's not possible. We've already sent off the body without getting the boots. Oh well. If we're past mail delivery. Alright, let's head down. I can zoom out so far now. Wondering if postmodernism is just solipsism. Don't know. I don't know enough about philosophy to really comment. Okay, so that gave me some bottle money, but how do I sell my postcards and junk? Plastic wrapped macaronis stamped with humanitarian aid. See if we can retry any of these checks. Oh, humanitarian aid tuna fish not for resale. Wait, what? Speakers from the people of Samara. This is different. This says food gift from the people of Messina.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
We never did inspect the speakers. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable foam ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, Solidarity Aid from the People's Republic of Samara. The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities. No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The man points to the footwear. The sneakers are the stars here. But I already looked at the sneakers. And look at them again. They are premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. Best on the market. Can't I just buy the said conquered Samaran speakers? No way, officer. Those aren't for sale. The bad speakers, lo-fi socialist junk. That's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist junk myself. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale. You don't know what I am. I don't even know it myself. I want the speakers. Well, if you want them... He pauses for a moment, calculating. But see, the pedestal for my sneakers! Even if I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't just leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground! If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for a little extra, 50 cents. So you have to buy the sneakers first. Nope.
The shine on those sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
That would increase our perception. That would increase our... Oh, there's shades of self-destruction. No, I'm good for now. So I can't redo any of those, which is fine. We have to wait until Wednesday before we can get this repaired. I swear there was a way to sell things in here. Ooh. Oh, that's right. We increased our interfacing so we could look for a cool figurine in the box. Let's do it. Why, what's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say phone? What is this? Show it to the shopkeep. Oh, that's the Headless Fallen Rider. Who? The Headless Fallen Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fallen tracksuit. As you can see, he's missing his head. He points at the decapitated figurine. 50 cents. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it or something. That's part of the story that has many interpretations. I don't know what we would do with that. It's just a figurine. No. Sawed-off streetlight. A typical Martindale streetlight sits among the assorted floor and table lamps. How much for the streetlight? Oh, that is really expensive. 700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Even taking into account the risk of attaining the light, that seems a bit steep. I want that streetlight here, 700. Why would we ever do that? There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago. Let your gaze run over the streetlight. The light pole has been carefully cut and the wiring has been redone and attached to standard indoor plugs. The light buzzes, faintly but persistently. This would make quite the statement in your living room, which I don't have. Is this a streetlight? Yes, officer. As you can see, it's in perfect working order. Where did you get this? It was brought to me to be altered. The light's buzzing resembles the purring of a cat. It seems very much at home here. So that has the t-shirt, which would increase our physical instrument and shivers, which is kind of tempting. And then there's the stereo. Oh, that's not an option to buy anymore. Shopkeep the Stereo 8 approved machine here. There we go. I want to buy the boombox. And then you can equip it to play tapes. We don't have any tapes yet, though. Is the Harmon Wow sheet. Dimit, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Postmodernist. Postmodernist, enjoy the sub. Is the Harmon Wow sheet W02 made in Vesper, designed in Seoul, he says. Also, thank you so much for subscribing. Much appreciated. Enjoy the emotes, you two. Welcome, welcome. Would also like to enjoy the sub. Postmodernist, thanks for following. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the emotes. We've got 5 real cute ones. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. Maybe. Are you sure this is all in working order? Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres, even though, he grimaces, I don't really like music. Pit crew. You guys. What I really want to know is, could this device come in handy in my police work? If police work means playing tape, sure. You can use it for that, or any other time you need to play a tape. That is all.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Oh, there's something I'd like to sell. There it is. I'll check my pockets. So let's see. Yeah, we got postcards. I don't think there's any reason to keep them. The sunlight has made this postcard almost completely sepia-toned. Midtown traffic passes overhead. The ghosts of skyscrapers disappear into a beige midday mist, vapor rising from the delta on which the district was built. The postcard is prepaid. Is there any reason to keep this? We might need to swap it for the actual murder weapon. Sell the shot put, I think. The ball is used for playing shot put. You feel like you should hold on to this and make good use of it. To sell such a beautiful, old-school sports equipment would be a sin. What's sin? Photo of a happy couple. I don't want to sell their photo. A black and white photo of a couple posing in front of a Ferris wheel. The girl is young and pretty. The man is clad in a fancy uniform and smiling. On the back, a very steady hand has written the words Revachol Fair, summer of '91. This laminated postcard offers a glimpse across the river. Yeah, that's why I was laughing when I was reading the description before I started reading it out loud. A little more than a decade after the war, the eastern bank is already fully renovated. The hillsides are lush with gardens and residences. Someone's parked a small beige airship by the fountain. This postcard will sell for a pretty penny. Oops. I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the pawn button. This postcard depicts an ill-advised residential area overlooking the Jamrock Quarter. 13-story buildings line the hillside like sarcophagi, an ominous fog already rising from behind. These are the last boom years. In '39, the project fails catastrophically, leaving behind an opiate and hepatitis B-infested slum. This crumpled-up postcard depicts an open-air market in Boogie Street 5 years ago. The vendor smiles as dead roosters line his stalls. Hung by their feet from a canopy, red blood flows onto the muddy streets. Blurry shadows of people pass. I want to keep Kim's handkerchief. I don't have anything else to sell at the moment. Goodbye. Why was it kept highlighting the shirt? I don't know why. Map. Oh, this tells me skill checks I can do. Are these ones I can redo? Acquire a copy of the city map, which we don't have. I don't even know where to get one. We also have the Kingdom of Conscience. Heartache is powerful, but democracy is subtle. Incrementally, you begin to notice a change in the weather. When it snows, the flakes are softer when they stick to your worry-worn forehead. When it rains, the rain is warmer. Democracy is coming to the administrative region. The ideals of DeLorean humanism are reinstating themselves. How can they not? These are the ideals of the Coalition and the Moralist International. Those guys are signal blue. And they're not only good, they're also powerful. What will it be like once their nuanced plans have been realized? White ones are ones you can retry right now without putting points into stats. That's what I thought. Well, unfortunately, we only have 3 minutes left into the stream today. So, I think we're just gonna put our... Well, we can... can go check the one on the wall because I know where that is, and we need to be behind the greenhouse area anyway, and that's kind of like all in the same space. Yeah, I miss Kim too. Also, I'm sad that we had him cart off the body, because if we had waited until tomorrow to do that, we could have had the body and maybe try to get the boots off. Wait, I think this is the wall. Cool, but you know what I mean. I know what you mean. Do I have anything to bolster my conceptualization? Yes. %28 chance. We could maybe do this. Nope. Okay. Well, we tried. Let's get back into our dramatic outfit. So, behind the greenhouse, basement door. Oh, it's this one. Okay, hold on. Let's save it here. We'll see what's in the basement. This must be it. The basement door is weather worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air. And there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head. Let's listen. The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard all around you. No birds chirp. Carefully knock. You knock silently. Silently? Oh, the upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment. Alright, let's unlock the door. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling for the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. The sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Hopefully no one heard. There's nothing else to do than leave and tell Everard. No conceivable reason for you to intrude on the premises. There might be important information in the apartment. I mean, there might. As if we're not gonna go in. I mean, come on. The smell of disinfectant in the room smells like chemicals. A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes and others. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. Yeah, I have no idea, postmodernist. It's very strange. There's something disdainful in the way the curves and the lines of the bodies were drawn. The images portray a lack of interest in human beings. They are merely unflattering caricatures. What do I mean, uncomfortable? The owner of these mugs doesn't like people or other ethnicities very much. Typical asshole. This person is unhappy. What about your yellow man mug and compare? Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines. The owner of this collection could be dumping his trash in the Whirling's container. An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to other clues down the road. Perhaps you should break into apartments more often. Is this really the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash? Who knows? Could be. But this clothes in the trash doesn't really seem like it's going anywhere. Still, a good thing to keep in mind. You could ask Everard who this person is, you know, once you're done here. Move on from the mugs. Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. Ooh, yeah, give me that shirt. An intersolary dress shirt. I will take it. A book titled The Hidden World of Walking Sticks lies open. You can almost feel the warmth of the red sun on the flag. This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty. Flutters his long golden hair. What's with the sun? It isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle. What is the sevenfold sun miracle? It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in the cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomenon is how old Revachol got its flag. I'm not bowing for that flag. The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with sun sewn into it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing. Oh. A suitcase full of clothes. Guests are staying over? Maybe. Alright, I guess we're done here. Alright, I think that's where we're gonna leave it for today because it's 9:04. So let's go and save the game. I'm gonna call this Return to Evrart. And then put a little where's my dash? There we go. Union boy. Thanks for hanging out, Demit. Alright, so we're gonna save it here. And since we're done with the Talos Principle, I think this is going to be our Tuesday game for a bit. So we'll be continuing this again next Tuesday. Thank you so much for hanging out, Postmodernist. I love the art. It's so pretty. Tomorrow you're gonna get a doodle of the Santa Devil. Okay. Art in the game is insanely pretty. It's really nice. I love the colors and the textures it uses. It's really good. Okay. So with that, that's gonna conclude the stream. Let's go to the goodbye screen. And we'll put on some music and we'll say goodnight to everybody. And roll the credits and all that fun stuff. Okay. Song should be playing any minute now. Everything's just lagging. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's... Ooh, do I want to listen to this? Not really. This'll work. Okay, let's roll credits. So thank you all so much for hanging out and watching me and joining me for the Talos Principle and Disco Elysium. It's been super fun. There's no mods hanging out but Starrybot. Thanks for being my bot. Postmodernist and Misery and Rad. Thank you all so much for following. Much appreciated. Crizzle, thank you so much for the 9 months. And then thank you so much to Demit for the sub and for gifting a sub to Postmodernist. We are going to be back tomorrow with an art stream, so that'll be fun. We'll be starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. We do art, I do song requests. I'll probably be working on some commission stuff, but I also do doodles as well. So you can spend your channel points, your starry bits, on doodles if you'd like. So that's the thing. It's been 2 weeks since we've done an art stream, so it'll be nice to get back to that. On Thursday, we're going to be continuing our playthrough of Baldur's Gate. We dealt with the Cult of the Unseeing Eye. We're doing Baldur's Gate 2, I should say. We dealt with the Cult of the Unseeing Eye, which is good. I don't remember where I left off. I think I had just gone back up to the surface out of the sewers. And I had a couple of side quests that I kept putting off because I kept getting murdered trying to do them, so. We'll be continuing Baldur's Gate tomorrow and hopefully not die. We'll see. And then on Friday, we're going to be back over on Phil's channel, so let me give Phil a shout out. We're playing D&D over there. So yeah, we're going to be doing that tomorrow. We haven't been playing for the past couple of weeks because of the holidays, so it'll be good to get back into that. We're playing 5th edition Tomb of Annihilation, which is really fun. And also, if you check out my Patreon, you can see a picture of our entire party. I just finished that last night, and it looks really cool. Hey, Party Wipe Games, thanks for hanging out. It was a fun stream today. But yeah, I just finished a picture of our entire party for, I lost my train of thought, Tomb of Annihilation, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. So you can see that over on my Patreon, or it's also, well, it's just a link posted on my Discord, but join the Discord. It's the best place to hang out when I am not streaming, and the best place to keep posted on stream news, polls, schedule changes, that sort of thing. You can also follow me on Twitter at twitter.com/Astani. At Astani on Twitter. Anyway. I also have a store, which you can check out if you like. And then last but not least, if you're looking for other ways to support the stream, I'm a Humble partner. So if you're going to buy something off of Humble anyway and you want to support the stream, use that affiliate link. It helps me out. Every little bit helps. Alright, well, I appreciate you all hanging out with me tonight. I had a lot of fun. I'm gonna go get some dinner and rest my voice. So I'm gonna leave you guys with the rest of this song. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. I hope you all have a great night, and I'll see you guys next time.